Looks like you guys are anxious, so good evening from Pompey. We are looking at some serious clouds right now. I have 3 telescopes up, and as soon as I see the moon, we'll try to put Seestar on it. The sky cam is showing that we don't have a moon yet, we have a clouds. The weather forecast is promising us a break in the clouds any minute now. We're looking at some serious thunderstorms southwest of us, southeast of us, moving away. Hello, Costa Rica. I just had my cup of coffee to keep me awake for the next 8 hours. The moon is 10 degrees elevation now, altitude 115 degrees azimuth, so it is perfectly situated for our Seestar telescope. Yes, I am following the coffee rules, you bet. We see stars here and there, so we're starting to see some break in the clouds. And you can see the brightness of where the moon is. As soon as it breaks out, we will line up the Seestar. Hello, CGD. I calibrated Seestar as accurately as I could. So once the moon peeks through the clouds, we should be able to find it quickly, I hope. DWARF II is sitting on the west side of the observatory to catch the moon once it crosses the meridian. And the white dot that you see on Seestar is the joystick, not the moon. There are 2 big white dots. That band of clouds has been with us for quite a bit, and it does not seem to want to move away. According to Astrospheric, we expect partly cloudy for most of the night, and when it really matters for us, they're looking at 65% cloud. I can live with that if the moon is in the 35% part. In other news, NASA will use a Falcon 9 Heavy to launch the Grace Roman Telescope Sunday morning. And JPL has already created the ephemeris tables for it. The plan is to try to track it. They give us a good chance of tracking it the first week with the large telescope as it makes its way towards Lagrange point 2. The eclipse starts at, well, the penumbral eclipse starts at slightly after 9 o'clock, but we're not going to see that. The real lunar eclipse starts at 10:30 Eastern Time and ends at 2 a.m. Eastern Time. So we will have it for 3.5 hours total. It peaks slightly after midnight. No, you don't have to apologize for asking the question. It gives me something to do while waiting for the moon to show up. It's getting bright up there, so we're gonna go see if we can get the moon. Solar system. The moon. Go gazing. We have calibrated. Yeah, I'd like to go to the moon. Yeah, we canceled the go-to because you're too lazy to look for it. We have a moon, or whatever you want to call it. We got the moon. Let's see if focus will work with the clouds. Oh yeah, I like it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a moon. And clouds. Good evening, John. Cinnamore fine. No, it's not near Alabama. We are in upstate New York. Sunday morning, NASA will use a Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket, Falcon 9 Heavy, to launch the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. It has a field of view 100 times larger than the Hubble Space Telescope, with the same resolution and sensitivity. The primary mirror is 8 foot in diameter, same size as the Hubble, and it will be sitting in Lagrange point L2, about 1 million miles, 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth. Launch is Sunday morning. Beginning Sunday night, we will try every evening for the first 7 days to see if we can catch it with the big telescope. Hello, Toast. I don't know if you can see, but there looks like there are some clouds in front of the moon. Haha, this is not the eclipse. Well, it's an eclipse of sorts. Well, if you take a camera with you, John, and take some pictures, we'd love to see them. JPL has already provided the coordinates, the right ascension and declination that they expect the telescope to follow. And AI assured me that an 11-inch telescope will be able to see it for the first 3 to 4 nights. Hello, Dean. The forecast for tonight in Pompey is going to be broken clouds. If it stays like this, I'm happy. But looking at the sky cam, it's not too promising. And looking out of my window, I can see lightning all around us. I have two garbage bags on standby. We had garbage bags on standby during the solar eclipse a couple of years ago, and we used them. Not to pick up garbage, but to cover the telescopes. The main science goals of the Roman telescope is to measure the expansion history of the universe, to understand the force driving cosmic acceleration by looking at dark energy. And it is expected to do an exoplanet census, and the expectation of discovering thousands of new planets beyond our solar system that Elon can explore by using a technique called gravitational microlensing. And they also plan to do a cosmic survey to observe over 1 billion galaxies during its primary lifetime to map the structure of the universe. Big words. For us, the only interesting thing about the telescope is going to be when they start taking pictures of the comets that we take pictures of, so we can compare who can do better. We did that when Webb launched originally the James Webb Space Telescope. The very first batch of images that they posted, we dedicated a night to take the same targets with Seestar, and then we put them side by side. So you can see the difference between a 2-inch lens and a whatever multi-sensor massive lens. Accepting that James Webb is primarily an IR infrared telescope, and Roman is going to be an optical telescope. Everything, Sigil, everything they will do will be public. Yeah, I hope you have clear skies, Dean. Keeping our fingers crossed now. Now, in 20 minutes, the penumbral eclipse begins at 21:23. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, but I will point it when it begins. Is Texas cloudy right now? That's unusual. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Question on my mind is, will we be able to see the penumbral eclipse? Will it be... Okay, there it is. Ha, no, clouds. Never mind. If the clouds keep moving here, and they keep moving fast, I don't mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder of the times of interest, the penumbral eclipse begins at 21:23. The partial eclipse begins on 22:33. The real eclipse ends at 1:52, and the penumbral eclipse ends at 3:02. And we'll stay with you as long as we are awake. Already had my first cup of coffee of the night, and I'm flying high. Hello, Peter. Well, we're looking at the moon. Yeah, the thunderstorms are your way, Peter, right now. I was looking at the radar. We were watching lightning from here. They just passed us, and Sanger Field right now is being hammered. So, keeping fingers crossed and garbage bags ready if I need to put them on top of the telescopes. Let me try to show folks what's going on here. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. 1 second. There we go. This is what we have right now. This is the lightning. Pompey is right there in the middle. And that stuff is moving away from us for the most part. So keeping fingers crossed that it will stay away from us for now. Lee, yes, the eclipse will be visible from Arizona. It will take place at the same time everywhere, so it will be from 7:30 p.m. your time till 11 p.m. your time. Yes, Toast, they have been, the two dogs have been very unhappy with the thunder. They do not like thunder. Okay. No, they don't like deer at all. Hello, Anthony. The clouds are being kind, yes. Let's hope they stay kind. So in about 15 minutes, we'll see if we can notice the penumbral eclipse or not. It's going to look exactly like now, like a very thin cloud moving over the moon. John, I went through the painstaking effort of leveling the Seestar today, so it would find the moon, and let's hope it keeps tracking it when the clouds move in. In the meantime, DWARF will go into action when the moon reaches azimuth 160. And then Seestar will lose it at around 190, and the DWARF will carry the night from there on. When the eclipse ends at 152, we may still have the moon in Seestar, but we'll probably have it on both telescopes at that point. Yeah, just I had updates today of Windows, OBS Studio. For some reason, YouTube updated without me knowing, and my tablet and my telescope. Actually, and my Tesla. For the past year, there is one intersection in Cazenovia, New York, which says very clearly, no turn on red. And every time Tesla got there in full self-drive, it turned right on red. And I hit the brakes, and I filed a report that that's a critical misbehavior. This morning, for the first time ever, it got to the same red light and waited for the green arrow. So the neural network that's supposed to learn did some learning this time. But it forgot the most basic thing of parking me in the garage. It just stopped in the middle of the road near the house and went into park. Not even on the side of the road, in the middle of the road. Said, okay, we have arrived. Uh, I successfully used the camera on the Tesla for astrophotography. I was able to image Venus with it. My next challenge is to see if the lawnmower, if my Limo 1 Plus can be used for astrophotography. The lawnmower is a real possibility. Let me see if I can pull up what the lawnmower would show. Stand by. Somebody else wants an update. Not today. Oh, that's right. It's dark outside. Never mind. I was going to show you the camera of the lawnmower. No joy. Okay. Uh-oh. We're back to the moon. Greetings, Los Angeles. Hello, New York Raider. Well, right now we're trying to fight the clouds. We'll see what the clouds permit us to do tonight. It is a very rugged mower, actually. It weighs 80 pounds, 36 kilos. Yeah, it mows about 1.5 acres per day, which is plenty for us. It does the entire yard in about 2 days, and we do it once a week. Avish, it starts in 5 minutes with the penumbral eclipse, and then the real eclipse starts in about an hour. No, I have a big fan to disperse the clouds. John, it depends. Sometimes they sit and watch the lawnmower go back and forth and say nothing and do nothing. And then when it stops mowing and is heading back to recharge, uh, they go berserk barking at it. They are very moody. Yesterday we went to the Green Lakes State Park. It was packed with swimmers and children and families, and we're training the dog, what I call anger management classes. She was extremely well behaved for 45 minutes, walking among the children and the swimmers and the sunbathers. No reaction until a local high school's JV cross-country team came running by, and she went berserk. Hi, Avish. Well, not much then. It was time to go home. The experts determined that it's not aggression, it is fear. For some reason, when she sees anybody running, he starts barking ferociously. And they determined that her reaction is not protection, she's not trying to protect me, and it's not aggression, but rather fear. Don't know why she's afraid of runners. Hi, Jeannie. I understand it's cloudy where you are. So let's hope we can show you something here. My sky cam is becoming very useless very quickly. The penumbral eclipse starts any minute now. It should be moving from the lower left and gradually going over the moon. I declare that the penumbral eclipse has started officially. We should see it starting from here, but not with these clouds, obviously. Penumbral is when the shadow of the shadow goes over the moon. I wish I can draw multiple circles for you. With these clouds, we're not going to see the penumbral eclipse. We have a clearing in the sky coming up soon. Oh good, Seestar found the moon again. And then the umbral eclipse, or the umbra, is the dark shadow. Hello, Triso. As soon as we break out of this patch of clouds, we'll have clear skies for a few minutes. Jeannie, we're looking forward to a launch from Florida Sunday morning of the Grace Roman Telescope. And if the stars line up, we'll be able to track it the first few nights with the big telescope here. So we will go live every night next week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, to try to see if we can locate the telescope on its way to Mars. Actually, it's going to stop short of Mars at Lagrange L2. Bill said he will join us mid-eclipse. Hello, Light Blight. It's not any telescope, it is the telescope. When NASA launched the Webb Space Telescope, we were able to track it the first few nights. We'll see if we have as much luck this time. Because as soon as it opens the solar panels to power itself, we will have enough light reflecting, because it's heading away from the sun, that an 11-inch telescope should be able to see it. According to AI, the first 4 to 7 nights it should be visible. Beyond that, it will be too far and too faint to be seen. Yes, indeed. Very excited. When NASA launched the James Webb Space Telescope, we waited for the first batch of images, and then we took the same targets with the Seestar and compared them side by side just for fun. So we plan to do the same here. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is the first time you join us, welcome to the Pompey Observatory, the only channel on YouTube that streams multiple telescopes at the same time in 4K resolution. If you have not set your YouTube player to 4K, you may want to do that by going to the settings and choosing the quality of the image. What time is it in India now? Should be daytime. Yeah, it is the Nancy Grace Roman Telescope. Thanks, Abish. Yeah, liminal, you hit the nail on the head. AI will help do things faster. Hubble is nearing the end of its useful life. The cameras are very different in resolution. The Roman telescope will have a 300 megapixel camera. Other than that, the two telescopes are very similar, but they will have different objectives and targets. Liminal, I hold a patent on the use of AI from 1989. Yeah, I've been using AI before people could spell it. We recently wrote an AI program to, well before Seestar and DWARF started using it, to delete satellite trails from astro images. I also use AI a lot to write programs for me. For my radio telescope, I asked AI to write an ASCOM program to track the middle of the Milky Way at regular intervals so that the telescope will be moving along only one axis instead of both. And it wrote the entire program for me, and it ran from the get-go. The biggest use of AI that I've done was in the 1990s to interpret the alarms generated by a thunderstorm moving through the electric grid to try to reduce the likelihood of another northeast blackout. When a thunderstorm hits the grid, you're getting several thousand alarms a minute. No human can process them. We end up writing a very, very nice program to interpret the alarms and determine what they are doing to the grid. Which breakers are out, what transformers are out, what generators are out. And that was a fun project. Well, it has started. The penumbral eclipse started. The umbral eclipse begins in an hour, 54 minutes, 53 minutes. It it is in use in a different iteration. We had developed it on very large IBM mainframe computers. Now workstations and desktops do the work. The moon is back, maybe. And here's a total eclipse. Sigil, not quite. We developed it with the power company. It was not a crowdsourced effort. We used their sensors, their data, their computers. Yes, we are ahead of the total eclipse. I may have to go outside and turn on the fan, the big fan, to disperse the clouds. The picture on the top right shows what is going on. Sigil, yes, they are using AI to interpret signals. I went down to the Green Bank Observatory in West Virginia and looked at some of the equipment in use there. Welcome back, John. I increased the gain, maxed the gain and exposure on DWARF, so it gives us a better picture than the defunct Skycam. Voila. Of what's going on in the world. Jeannie, I have not had to put any telescope in a bag of rice. I just have garbage bags ready to put on top of the telescopes. Stellina will shut down, will close if it detects rain. It has rain detectors, and it covers itself and protects itself. So does the lawnmower. When it detects rain, it'll go back home. What time is tea time, John? Genie actually does, and it did that a couple of days ago. It started raining, it just stopped and said, I'm going home. I like this new feature of Dwarf. It hides all the controls. And then you can get them back with a long press. Or not. There we go. There is the moon coming back. Goodbye, Abish. Enjoy your coffee, Jeannie. We'll be here for another 4 hours at least. I'm gonna go grab a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have tea. Liminal, we're looking at the bottom left corner of the moon for the first evidence. Good morning. As you can tell, we have a few clouds to deal with. The penumbral eclipse is underway, but I don't know that we'll be able to see it. No, Sigil, the umbral eclipse makes it reddish. This is where the eclipse will be starting. When you have a full eclipse, not tonight, tonight we only have 95% eclipse, but when you have a total eclipse, you get what's known as earth shine, whereby light still reflecting from the earth will shine on the moon and give it a weird look color-wise. Okay, if we get a break in the cloud, we should be able to see the penumbral eclipse. You may be able to see the penumbral eclipse here. Moon slightly darker than the rest. If you pay close attention, you should be able to see the penumbral eclipse. When the penumbral eclipse covers the entire moon is when the umbral eclipse begins, which should be another exactly half an hour. It is supposed to be happening now, and the umbral eclipse starts at 10:33 Eastern or 9:33 Central. And thank you for joining us. But if you pay close attention, you see that the left side of the moon is darker than the right side. That is due to the penumbral eclipse. If you're new to this channel, please subscribe. We are the only channel on YouTube that streams live in 4K resolution from multiple telescopes. We expect to be live almost every night next week as we track the Nancy Grace Roman telescope on its way to Lagrange 2. John, what are you eating with your tea? I had a piece of pumpkin cake. Very sweet. According to Astrospheric, if Astrospheric is to be believed, this is the worst that we will see tonight, cloud-wise. And things should start improving dramatically within the next half hour. And then tomorrow night, perfectly clear night. Ha! I wish we could have postponed the eclipse by a day. Yeah, the fan is working. St. Louis, Missouri. Been there many times. Do you guys still have that crazy all-night bike ride in August? Is it in August? I think it's in August. When hundreds of bicycles descend on downtown and they just go round and round in circles, half asleep. We definitely have evidence of the penumbral eclipse. About half the moon is under penumbral eclipse now, the left half. Well, according to Google, the Moonlight Ramble is the world's original nighttime bike ride. It happens in St. Louis annually near the full moon in August, so that's tonight, at Carondelet Park. Participants decorate their bikes with lights and ride along closed city streets on an 8-mile or 15-mile route. It includes a street festival with live music, food and drink vendors, commemorative glow-in-the-dark t-shirt, and an after-ride party. Okay, they have it scheduled for August 29th, in 2 days at 11 p.m. Yeah, I happened to be in St. Louis on that night a few years back, unaware of it, and woke up to extreme commotion outside my hotel room and just saw thousands of bicycles going round and round with people on them half asleep, some of them more than half asleep. Zombies on bicycles. And here it is. Would have been fun to have it on lunar eclipse night, since they're looking for a full moon. 20 minutes to the start of the umbral eclipse. Dean, do you work for the government? Lots of people walking slowly like zombies. Yeah, my former workplace was the federal government. As I tell people jokingly, my employer prints money. Where did the moon go? Gene Kranz turned 93 last week, of Apollo 13 fame. There we go. Come on. Come back. €11 bills. Hello, Girlings Bulldogs. What do you teach? You're welcome to wager, Dirk. Umbra begins in 15 minutes. We have a big patch of clear sky coming our way. The picture on the right is just to the west of the picture on the left. In many ways, it's a continuum, if you will. Obviously, the field of view is a wide field of view for dwarf 2. Well, in the spirit of wagering, we're offering a free 1-year subscription to the first person who spots the eclipse. You just have to say, just type in the chat, I see it, and you get 1 year free subscription to the channel. John, this is definitely penumbral. I see that you are stacking it. Well, very soon, within the next few years, we expect that there will be a shuttle going back and forth to the moon, where people can just hop on and hop off. We're seeing some serious penumbra here. We promised you an eclipse, and we are eclipsing. Well, it's only 10 minutes before we start seeing the actual umbra coming through. And given that the exposure is automatic, we will see a dramatic brightening of the rest of the moon. Let's see if it's going to let me do it manual here. Let's go manual. This seems to be about right. Let's keep it at that. By going manual exposure, we do not run the risk of it saturating brightness-wise to balance the overall picture, but hopefully we'll see the moon darkening with the bright remaining bright. Let's see if that will turn it red or not. Uh-oh, we have some serious clouds moving from the west. We have an eclipse underway. Trying to see if NASA has a live feed from anywhere that we can pull also. Yeah, NASA is not covering the lunar eclipse. Yes, I do in a membership. Right now, I prefer to keep my feet solidly anchored to the ground. No space travel in my future. John, I could not find any evidence of NASA streaming the eclipse live from anywhere. I did not find JPL. There are quite a few live streams, they're all private, so we would not hijack any of them. Yeah, I saw that, John. I saw Chuck's Astro. Fox Weather is streaming it as well. High Point Scientific is streaming it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to commit a copyright violation here. It might upset my YouTube folks. So we do have an eclipse here underway. The moon is at 138 degrees azimuth and 27 altitude. When it gets to 160 degrees azimuth, DWARF II will be able to pick it up. Hello, Anthony. We are dealing with the broken clouds. So we can see the eclipsed moon in between clouds. For those who just joined us, station identification. This is the Pompey Observatory. We are in upstate New York, USA. The only channel on YouTube that streams live multiple telescopes in 4K resolution. If you have not set your YouTube player to 4K, just go to the settings and select the high resolution, because the clouds look a lot nicer in high resolution. On Sunday, A Falcon 9 Heavy will launch NASA's Nancy Grace Roman telescope, sending it to Lagrange 2, the L2 point. We plan to track it every night for the first week or so to see if we can catch it and see it and follow it. So join us Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night to see if we can see the telescope on its way to Lagrange 2. As soon as they deploy the solar panels, they estimate initially magnitude 12, which is doable. And then it gets darker and darker as it travels away the 1.5 million kilometers from Earth before it settles into L2. We should have quiet skies for a little bit. If astrospheric is to be believed. Oh, we can add red if you want red. That's easy. Hello, Jeff. John, I don't know if we go automatic exposure or leave it manual. Because if we go automatic, it's going to start burning the edge. We definitely have an eclipse underway, because this is a full moon otherwise. And the clouds, we may be good for a little bit. 100 is a good thing. You're talking about 100% cloud. Welcome on board, Bill. We've been struggling with some clouds, but looks like with your arrival, all the clouds have dissipated, so thank you for joining us. We have a clear sky now. John, I'm hesitant to put it on auto because the clouds moving in and out were causing wild swings in brightness. Yes, Ben, this is the time you scream, I see it, and you earn a free subscription to the channel for a full year. Just subscribe and you won't have to pay anything for a whole year. I'm keeping an eye on the thunderstorms in central New York. They are clear from us right now. There is one just south of you, New York Raider fan in Newark, moving my way, keeping an eye on it. I have 2 garbage bags handy to put on top of the telescopes if we need to. Yeah, auto did not make any difference for now. If you look to the right to the camera, there is what appears to be a plane. And there is another plane. Glad you're having fun, Jeff. Fun is good. Hello, Jacob. Ben, I have my dew heater turned on to keep the humidity away from the lens. But that's about it. Thanks, Bill. Yes, it is quite dramatic to the naked eye. Jigo, that is a very broad question. The answer is yes to some and no to others. The very bright tip to the top right of the moon is going to stay bright as the shadow turns around. That's going to be the pivot point. Ben, I have two dwarfs. I have dwarf 2 and dwarf 3, and they do a good job. And yes, they work in light polluted areas if you want to get one. Bill, I was slightly disappointed when they indicated that they are not using the 585 sensor, but that they were using a sensor with comparable resolution, their words. So I don't know if they went with a cheaper sensor that does not have the deep wells that 585 has. I've been extremely happy with my 585 on the 11-inch telescope. D2 is out, Jacob. We're waiting for it to catch the moon on the west side. Other than that, Bill, it definitely has the two cameras, which Dwarf does. I'm waiting to see what the new Dwarf telescope is going to look like. Somebody leaked that there is a new Dwarf coming out that is bigger than the Dwarf 3. If they go with anything bigger than 50 millimeters, I'm in. Right now, yeah, Seestar 50 Pro does not buy me anything that I do not already have. John, I look forward to hearing your feedback on the Pro. Yep, I have a Stellina, Jacob. Stellina has a much bigger aperture, and it has a much higher resolution sensor, and it rotates with the Earth. Except Stellina is getting old. Let's see if they're going to bring a Stellina Pro. That will be a tempting proposition. Where are you located, Old Man River? What time zone? Good night, Gigo. South Carolina. I've been to Myrtle Beach. That's the only marathon that I've run in South Carolina. Thanks, Jeff. Yep, we have been working with the true 4K. We're losing the moon. We should be peaking in about an hour. John, it's starting to get ready in the part that's not covered. Yeah, I'm waiting for the dwarf moon to appear so we can pick it up. Yeah. Well, not to jinx it, but considering the weather that's all around us, I'm glad we have a break in the clouds. Dwarf Lab is a Chinese company that builds smart telescopes. I have a second generation and third generation. Right now we're using the second generation dwarf to look at the moon. I have it right now pointing at a dark sky, waiting for the moon to appear on the other side of the observatory. The building is blocking it right now. And Seestar is another telescope made by ZWO. They are well known for building imaging sensors, cameras. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. This is the only channel on YouTube that streams live from multiple telescopes at 4K resolution. And join us often. Yeah, there is a little bit of red here. Yeah, I did the 5K earlier this summer. It hurt. Gentlemen, you're not going to prove anything by debating with 130 characters or less on a YouTube channel. If you believe Good for you. If you do not, sorry for you, but this is not the place to be debating it. John, there is a hint of red in the third of the moon closest to the eclipse. I switched it to auto to see if we can get more red, which is burning the upper end. Okay, we're back to normal exposure here. J. Craniac, old school telescope. The question is not old school versus smart, but rather, do you want to go optical and look through your own eyes through a telescope, or do you want a camera to look and render it for you on a computer screen? The smart part is mostly the ability to find a target automatically and track it automatically. So you are not tracking manually and trying to move at the same speed as the telescope. Yeah, hello, Glider Rider. Dean, we're not cloud free. Right now the sky is clear, but I don't know how long that's going to last. I'm keeping a close eye on a thunderstorm that is less than 20 miles from me. Thanks, Bill. Let me see what we have. Gentlemen, I'm going to briefly show you a picture of the Dwarf II, if you're wondering what it looks like, thanks to Bill. There's the Dwarf II. Back to the moon. Liminal, no, not particularly. We're not looking for edges, although it may not be a bad idea to refocus at this point. No, I don't see any edges. Something just flew in front of the moon. Ben, the big difference is the size of the lens. The S30 has a 30mm lens. The S50 has a 50mm lens. The original S50 had only one camera. The S30 has two cameras. Jacob, I defer to you to answer the question from Mr. Whitaker. Yeah, Jacob is the scientist among us. I'm just an engineer. We're exterminating the Terminator. Right now, the moon is at 147, 148 degree azimuth. We'll pick it up on the other side at 160. According to Gemini, the terminator has indeed sharp high contrast line, whereas the eclipse is a blurry shadow. Jeff, what time zone are you in? Where are you located? Okay, thanks, Jeff. Yes, thanks, John. Yeah, we're going to see that line starting to twist. The top part is going to remain bright, and this line is going to twist counterclockwise and then start opening up. Just a bit of eclipse trivia. A solar eclipse will occur gradually across time zones, whereas a lunar eclipse occurs exactly the same way at the same time everywhere. So everybody who's looking at the moon right now in the eclipse region will see the same thing. Whereas in the case of the solar eclipse, it started in Texas and then gradually went north. They were a couple hours ahead of us before we saw it up in upstate New York during the total solar eclipse. Hello, Garlic. So I was reading about the Concorde flight during the solar eclipse, where the eclipse lasted 73 minutes, because they were going at Mach 2 to stay to travel at the same speed as the rotation of the Earth to observe the solar eclipse. They flew from West Africa to East Africa in the totality, the entire way. Seestar is starting to struggle with keeping the moon centered. Yeah, no, they are not image stabilized. People tried using them on cruise ships. You may be able to use them to look at the moon, but not to stack deep sky images by any means. Grumpy hasn't seen it yet. We are at 150 degrees. We need 10 more degrees for Grumpy to see the moon. But what I'm going to attempt to do now is to see if we can see the red in the moon. By pushing that away. Yep, we can see red now. Sorry about the brutality here, but this is the red that you will see. Not with your naked eye, obviously, but by manipulating the sensors. Sorry about the spiders. When I was in Oswego last time, I had a snake that kept me company. It will come in and sit next to me in the observatory. Nice. I have not been in a Concorde. I don't know what the werewolves do. I know that my dogs were annoyed earlier. They finally went to sleep. We may be able to see naked eye red. Let me go back to normal. Yeah, auto now is no longer good. It's burned out on the tip. Bill has been on a few flight decks. Bill, do you know offhand how many aircraft you have flown? How many different aircraft? Jeff, it's mostly the humidity, the moisture at the lower layers of the atmosphere. I'm checking naked eye. That's a lot of hours in the sky. So you did have your 10,000 hours to become proficient at what you do. Bill, did I ever tell you that I was on the very last commercial flight of a Boeing 727? When the pilot landed, he announced that this was the last Boeing 727 in service, and that was the last flight. As soon as we get off, they were going to tow it And that was it for that plane. And I'm glad they told us that after we landed, not before the takeoff. That was a very interesting plane. And one time I found myself on a Boeing 787, and the pilot told us in no uncertain terms, this is the second flight ever on this plane. Keep your shoes off the back of the seats. I want to keep it clean for one more day. He had just flown it from Seattle to Washington, D.C., and I was catching it back from D.C. to Seattle. I see clouds coming in. Don't want clouds yet. No, they were making fun of us, Sigil, saying, it's a new plane, keep it clean. Just messing with the exposure and the gain again. This is effectively Earth's shine, because the sun is not hitting that part of the moon, it's only getting some light reflected from the Earth. And then auto will only show it burning up there. Back to... Yeah, about half an hour, Bill. Thanks for joining us from Northern California, Alizu. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to this channel, please subscribe. We do some fun stuff here. And beginning Sunday, we plan to track the Nancy Grace Roman telescope on its way to L2. JPL suggests that the magnitude will be 12 the first night and decreasing gradually, but we should be able to catch it with our big telescope here for the first 3 nights, probably 3 or 4 nights before it gets too faint to be seen. Thanks, Russell. Thank you for joining us. As the regulars know, I started this channel on the front end of the pandemic to stay in touch with my grandchildren so they can watch what I'm doing. And that was my transition from optical astronomy to astrophotography, if you will. Removed the eyepiece from my telescopes and started putting cameras in there so I can share it. And then here we are, almost 6 years later, still doing it because it's fun. Well, we looked at TCRB. We'll go back to TCRB eventually. Agree, John. It is reddish now with the naked eye. If we want to make this one look like the naked eye at this point, it's going to be somewhere around here and somewhere around here. This is roughly what the naked eye is seeing right now, except that the very bright area is thinner. Seestar is having trouble tracking something like this. I see what you mean, Bill. I'm going to go to the west for a second. I'll be right back. Clouds are trying to mess with us. So we are minutes from tomorrow, at least for those of us on the East Coast. Hello, Munda Cakes. Yes, it is the moon. Russell, we are 13 miles southeast of Syracuse, up in the hills overlooking the city. Hello, Lenny. I want to see how thin the eclipse is now by going auto. So that is what's left. And if we take it back to normal, this is really what we're looking at right now. If you're out with the naked eye, that's what you'll be seeing, plus the reddish part. Yeah, we are way out of New York City, 270 miles to be precise. Okay, back to the nice moon. Okay, happy Friday morning. Yes, we are still in New York. It should work on your time lapse, Jeannie. Russell, I am making arrangements with my daughter and son-in-law in Germany. They plan to go down to Spain for the total solar eclipse next August. And we're going to be testing having them stream it live through this channel, so we'll watch a total solar eclipse even though we are totally out of the way. So I don't have to go there to see it. They will stream it to me and we'll put it out for you guys. Lenny, the moon becomes red because of primarily earth shine, reflection of the light when the sun is reflecting off the earth. It looks reddish. This is the part that's not being covered by the eclipse. And the clouds are messing with us again. Sigil, tonight it's not gonna get totally covered, no. Next summer, the sun in Spain will get totally covered. They will have about 4.5 minutes of totality in Spain, 6.5 minutes in Egypt. We lost the moon. Fun stuff. The Earth is 85% water, and since none of it is carbonated, it is flat. So in theory, it is flat. Well, as long as you're having fun, Jeannie, that's what matters. Russell, the We Lost the Moon was also a line by in Apollo 13. Gentlemen, we lost the moon. John, we have Max eclipsed here. Now we wait for the clouds to move out or for the sun to rise, whichever happens first. Well, don't know if it's grumpy time or not because there is no moon. And I'm surprised that Grumpy is not showing clouds. That's the big surprise. Shutter 1 second is the most it'll give me, and gain 120 is the most it'll give me. It was trying to show stars. Let me see if I can realign it. I'll be back. Okay, so the moon is at 36 degrees altitude now. Gonna go back, make sure that Grumpy is aiming at 36 degrees altitude. We are past max. And we are under a solid cloud cover. This is Pompey in the middle. Okay, it may break on us. We'll see. Yeah, it is. Well, we lucked out for the first half of the eclipse. Could have been worse. The forecast was for worse. I have Dwarf Grumpy lined up to where the moon is, waiting for the clouds to break again so we can see it. Hello, Diana. If you forgot about the eclipse, you just need to slide your player, your YouTube, move it about half an hour earlier and you'll be able to watch the eclipse. Good night, Sigil. See you next time. Well, good for you, glider rider. Hello, Larry. Okay, we regained the moon on dwarf. Now we just need to convince dwarf to track it. No. Thank you. Okay, clouds again. Let's see how well it's gonna track. And we have satellites passing by. This is one obvious difference between DWARF II and Seestar, the gain on the sensor. Seestar has a lot more gain and allows us to display it with an aperture of fraction of a second. Here we're going 8 seconds to be able to see the reddish. Thank you for liking it, Jacob. I appreciate it. See you later, Dean. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to try to make the moon a bit bigger. Trying to adjust the exposure. Don't know what Grumpy will do if we go with auto exposure. Yeah, not too nice. We'll go back to manual. Very strange. I think we lost Dwarf too. Okay, Grumpy is not happy. It did that to me during the solar eclipse. It refused to adjust the exposure. All right, it's going to have to do. Sorry about that. Yeah, happy is Dwarf 3. This is Grumpy. I have no idea what that purple band is. Did you hear about the Draco, the latest device that Dwarf Lab is planning to release? Okay, hear me out, guys. According to leaked rumors, the Dwarf Lab is preparing to release a new telescope named Draco, which will have a 90mm 90 aperture. And they expect to be unveiling it later in 2026. Yep, that's what I said, John. According to folks in the Reddit channel, Dwarf Lab Official, a significantly more powerful premium telescope, new class of device, 90mm aperture, and a longer focal length, which is to be expected. No, the moon is still high. It's 37 degrees. It's the highest has been tonight. John, you have a good point there. Let me email Sue. Nope, it has gone up, not down. Dwarf is not tracking well. Yeah, no idea what's causing it. This is a first. Glad you like the purple. I have to go look for the moon now. I just sent a message to Sue to see if she wants me to help them beta test the Draco. John, a while back they sent me a DWARF 3, and we worked closely together at determining what I can release and when I can release it. They were not overly restrictive on the data. Their big concern is they did not want me to release anything that was negative, and they did not want me associating the data of the telescope. Yeah, I have no idea what would cause this except that very high gain. Nope, it's not the gain. Filter. Nope. Very interesting. Changed all the parameters, it's still there, has not changed in any way. Change the filter, change the shutter, change the gain, and that purple is still exactly what it was. Yeah, okay. I think it's tracking, it's not tracking. The moon is gone again. We have another hour to go before the eclipse is totally gone. This is interesting. Looks nice. So it goes away when I switch sensors, so it is only in the telephoto sensor that this is coming from. Very strange. John, when they sent me the Dwarf 3, they actually gave me a list of targets to image and to send them the data. They were very eager to compare the performance of the Dwarf 2 to the Dwarf 3 for specific targets. And it was a fairly broad range of targets, nebula clusters, galaxies, moon, sun, etc. And they were good at working cooperatively with me. And the one time where the Dwarf 3 crashed, they accessed it remotely and rebooted it, fixed it. Maximilian, I'll give you the benefit. Looks like it fixed it. Thank you, Maximilian. Now we need the moon. Yes, it seems to have fixed it. Thank you. A 90mm lens aperture is comparable, actually just a bit larger than Stellina. Stellina is 85. Yeah, very good point, Fleximilian. Right now on the wide angle, we have the gain way up. On the tele, it is still automatic, waiting to see the moon. Yeah, there was definitely something wrong with it earlier. Yeah, it's not showing anything now, even with 15-second shutter and 160 gain. Okay, we'll wait for the moon. There is no moon to be found. So we're seeing things here. Just want to see the moon here. Yeah, they are calling it Dwarf 4. I'm wondering if that brightness is suggesting a moon nearby. So we got the moon back and the eclipse is not finished yet. We still have about, just over a third eclipsed and plenty of cloud. Yeah, I have been fortunate that it missed the trees. It was total indeed. So 1:52, which is half an hour away, is when it ends. So according to Seestar, the S30 Pro field of view is much larger than the S50 Pro field of view, which is larger than the S30, which is larger than the S50. So Andromeda barely fits into the S50 Pro, but fits very comfortably into the S30 Pro. Yep. Well, I'm starting to get excited about the prospects of a 90mm smart telescope. We're probably looking closer to the $1,500 to $2,000 range. Because when you go with this much glass, the gears and everything else have to be upgraded. Yeah, the S30 Pro has the largest field of view among the Seestar telescopes. Yeah, this is Seestar's ill behavior. Sorry, Dwarf's ill behavior. Misspoke. No, Bill, that's Jacob who's waiting for the S200. Okay, fair enough. Looks like we may have a break in the clouds. John, the S50 has a 2 megapixel sensor. I thought the S50 Pro was an 8 megapixel, so that would be twice the resolution and twice the area. Okay, that's how they did it. Okay. Yeah, the S50 was never intended to operate in equatorial mode. As Jacob will tell you, he stripped the gears. Now notice the moon, the eclipse started in the bottom left and it's ending in the bottom right. That's what I did, Flex. I have the S50, happy with it, sticking with it for now. You should get clear skies in November, don't you? Flex, I have not seen anything about the focal lengths of the Draco yet. Let me see if Ara or Gemini have. They are saying 394 millimeter focal length. Somebody's talking about a patent that Dwarf Lab filed, and that's what has leaked the patent filing, in which they are saying the focal length is 350 millimeters. Somewhere else they say it's 394. So you divide that by 90, you're looking at pretty much f/4 for all intents and purposes. They're saying it's a Maksutov design with a folded light path. Yeah, they're saying it's a Maksutov design and the light is folded, which we knew they did that with all their dwarfs. The light is folded. Claire, who posted on Facebook 2 days ago that the Draco is coming, let's talk about it here, She published pictures. Good night, CGD. Thanks for joining us again. We'll just have to wait and see what ends up coming out of it. So those who told us that the eclipse would be done by 1:52 are not quite correct. Yep. Actually, in about 8 minutes, I'll be going into penumbra also. Good night, Bill. Hopefully we'll see you Sunday night to track the Grace Roman telescope. Thank you, 864. Very good. Thanks, John. Good night, everyone, and thank you for joining us.